What up? What's up? What up, everybody? What up, everybody? Welcome, everybody, for hanging out with us on this Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up, get them drinks together, settle down, sit back, get ready to chill out with us on this Hot Mic Friday. I want to give a big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank, all my peeps out there. I can't even shout out no names and everything because guess what? My phone is dead. I don't have nothing in here where I can sit there and read down my list and everything. So y'all forgive me. Um, First thing I want to do is get out the way. Now y'all know me personally. When I sit down here, my last thing I need to be trying to do is be, talk about dogs. I mean for me. Because, I think it was Tuesday night, I was saying CRENSHAW instead of Garrett. I got my bitches mixed around. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Just got my bitches mixed around, so y'all forgive me. But then I'm pretty sure, Good Boy corrected that and so did Mo. But y'all know me, so I'm cool with making y'all understand where I'm coming from. But one thing I do know, I understand the business side of what we do and what we did in our past when it came to the game. I understood that clearly. I didn't get involved in all the papers. I got a lot involved in the next moves that we were doing, things that we were doing and looking toward the future and what we was going to do. And, back then we had the website and like Mo did, he used to write the stories and I used to publish the shit. So I kind of always knew what he had in his mind, and what my KP, I used to sit on some of the arguments and stuff. So it was easy for me to sit here and know the insights in the phone conversations. Remember the situation between him and uh, Stone City Jesse, how I sit back, hear the conversations and let shit get out of hand, get to where it get to, and then I go take care of the business situation. Because that's generally what I do. I look, I analyze things, then me and Mo talk about it. So a lot of times y'all might see me in more of the different chats, and you don't never really hear me saying nothing. Because, me personally, I don't really speak on that part of the game. I'm just gonna always show my support to each and everybody that's out there. You know, that's just what I do. So I stay abreast on what everybody's doing, what everybody's saying, how everybody's doing. And the reason I bring that up because this the breeding process of this game has always been a very, very important part from my standpoint, based on I was there when we went from Doberman Pinschers to German Shepherds, to Rottweilers, to Pit Bulls. Uh, each one of them back to Malinois now. So through each one of those processes, I had a major part in it because I was, when it came down to the Rots and the Doberman Pinschers, Mo generally handled the breeding process of it. Because when we had the Dobes, we wanted to have every color Dobe, but we wanted our Dobes to look a certain way. We wanted all our Dobes to become, to look like our foundation dog, Apollo. Apollo was off a dog named Zeus. Anybody who's familiar in that North Carolina area, they remember Zeus. Zeus was one of the biggest Doberman Pinschers you ever want to see in your life. And he didn't have little Brown. He was almost like, if you looked at him, you would have swore he was a Great Dane. He was so big. But he was a very, very aggressive dog. And his offspring took on that. but they had certain traits that made them great dogs. And so I remember having Apollo as a puppy. I had his littermate sister, and how we were training them as young dogs. And it was at that point, Mo had already figured out he wanted a fawn one, he wanted a blue one, he wanted a red one. You know, he wanted every single kind, but he wanted to keep it within that bloodline. And y'all probably seen the picture of Mo in his young days. All them dogs that was sitting, them Doberman pinchers was sitting there. There's a red, blue, fawn, and a black. Every color of a Doberman pinscher there. All of them are off the same type of bloodline. And that bloodline went back as far as Zeus. What was crazy about that situation was once he got it, you know, then it's all about trying to get them to all work and be Apollo. The Apollo was, to me, that was, you know, that was the baddest dog we ever had. I mean, hands down, as far as dog. He was the smartest dog. He was a very, very serious dog. Um, Everything that you would want out of a trained Doberman Pinscher. It was smart as hell. I mean, we used to, I mean, the dog was so smart. He would walk us to the door in the mall, and Mo could tell him to turn around and go back and get in the car. Back then, we had Trues and Vogues and Cadillacs and shit. And and we go on into the mall, and the dog would be in the car. The bad thing about it is you had to keep the car window down. So most people that walk by the car, Apollo wouldn't react until you walked through the car, or you was peeping around the car. Then you would see this big ass Doberman Pinscher going butt fuck nuts and the windows down. So you can imagine how a lot of people felt about that. But after a while, people got used to it because as long as he was on private property and as long as he stayed in the car, I mean, he was the best alarm we could have. But those are the different stages as we were growing up. We got Hans. There's Wattwater. Again, so what we're going to do, we're going to build our bloodline off of this purebred German, big, thick ass Wattweiler, Hans. Very, very aggressive dog. Kind of knew what we wanted, knew the body frame, and we wanted to keep the aggression. Hans produced that. Same way you've seen them Dobermans, you've seen the guard dogs like Hans. Very big, very aggressive, but very, very smart. The difference between the Rottweiler and the Doberman Pinscher is the Rottweiler will always, regardless of how well you train them, they always had that twitch that at any given moment. And I'm telling you, we are great trainers, but we understand the thoughts, the things that they could do, unexpectedly. And we always had to treat our Rottweilers like that. Um, there's a trait there we had to be careful of. One thing that we never tried to do, now, when we moved up and we started dealing with these bulldogs, and the reason I get into this, because remember, I'm talking about different types of dogs, different types of bloodlines that we were dealing with to create, to keep the dogs and the traits that we had. So all the bad traits that was in them Doberman Pinschers was going to be in all them Doberman Pinschers. All them bad traits that we had in those Rottweilers coming down off of Hans, we were always expected to be dealing with that glitch. When we got down into these bulldogs, we had kids. So one thing that we always tried to do was keep the kids around the dogs. One thing we didn't have was pit bulls that was aggressive with the kids. Now, we had some that would be that little sneaky one. They would, you turn your back on them and they would bite you, but they would never do that to the kids, but because they grew up with the kids. So you know the faults when you see them faults. But one thing we never ever done, fellas, we never ever trained a pit bull to attack people. That's a turnoff for us. Now remember I told you I had Buddy and I had Piper. Those are Nico Jr. and I think I can't even remember how they was bred, but there was two that I kept, you know, from Mo all them years. And they were house dogs. But they was aggressive as guard dogs as far as protecting the house or protecting the kids or protecting my wife um, or even protecting me or protect the yard. That was something that we didn't have to train them to do. That was something that they took on. They didn't know you, they would bark at you. I never kept them on a leash, so I had enough control and knew enough that they would not just run out and just attack you. If I say get them, you know, they're going to get you. But that's not me putting a sleeve on, teaching them how to do that. That's me raising a puppy and getting them every time they hear me say get, they're going to get, whether it be a squirrel, whether it be a raccoon, or whether it be a possum in the yard. I say go get them, they're going to go get it. And that happened to be a human being, they would do that. Got to kind of remember though, those dogs, them pits didn't have that switch where I could shut them off once they got on. They got on that possum, they'd be on that possum until they killed that possum. Then I get a breaking stick and break them off. You know, but never had to really put them on a human. But that would be something I wouldn't want to see happen because I know they wouldn't have an off switch. So for every line of dogs we had, even our guard dogs, pit bulls for us was never meant to be guard dogs. So that takes me back to where we're talking about bloodlines tonight. Remember, all these other dogs, they were bred off for a working purpose. These American Pit Bull Terriers, and I see some of these bullies, and they teaching them to do all that stuff, but you know, it looks crazy to me because you ever see a owner out there with their dog and their dog jump on somebody and all of a sudden you see them standing up there screaming, because they can't telling the dog to stop it, stop it, stop it, because they don't know how to stop this, what's going on, you know. Bruiser, stop it, stop, Bruiser. And Bruiser act like Bruiser don't hear him, you know. Shit happens. And it makes the dogs, look bad in a serious way. Or that incident we had here where the dogs knew the guy, and um, well, the owner of the dog left the dogs to a family member because he was going out of town. So the dog, my man was supposed to be dog sitting. I think it was four of these pit bulls, and they ended up killing the man. Imagine that. I'm taking care of four dogs. They know me. I know them, and all of a sudden, one day, one gets crazy, and not all four of them get crazy, and there's nobody there to get them off me to the point that they just kill me. And imagine all the people who were standing around who was watching that and couldn't do nothing about it. See, that's the thing that I don't want to see start happening when you're getting away from what these dogs were bred for, because that's where um, I think that's when it's going to be the end of the breed. To where they're going to be so many of them out there having so many issues that it's going to be, you know, totally, useless. We couldn't save them. No need to try to save them because too many people got them who don't know how to control them. And we're almost at that point now because, the dog attacks and all the craziness is happening more and more as time goes on. Now, Rottweilers, Doberman Pinschers, German Shepherds, of course, they bite a lot of people. You know, I can imagine that because not everybody has pit bulls. There's more German Shepherds, um, Doberman Pinschers, and Rottweilers out here than more, as far as owners compared to the pit bulls. But for the amount of people that do have these pit bulls, I think the number is high based as far as them killing and doing the damage that they do based on the amount of people who actually have them per capita. You know what I'm saying? So as we breed these dogs and these certain traits, remember I'm talking about them bad traits that come along, and we ignore them because I look at it like this: is everybody going to be a trainer? For all these people who have these pit bulls and these big ass thick bully, you know, pit bulls or whatever you want, these big ass bullies. I mean, 70, 80 pounders, you know. First of all, I don't never think it's healthy. They wasn't bred to be that big. And if they are meant to be that big, you know what I mean? You would think they would be have more to do than just look good. And it's funny because I see so many accidents where people would be having them and then they scared of them. They dog get aggressive and you don't know what to do. And I always say, when we generally doing, when we breeding or when we were breeding dogs, we were breeding dogs based on genetics and things that we liked, you know. So if you do it long enough, you kind of know what to expect, you know. Not all of them are the same, but when you know enough about what you're looking for, it's easy to weed out the part that you don't want. And see, we never ever sold an aggressive pit bull to anybody. Never. But we've had aggressive ones. And some would be the ones that after they were still in dogs, you kept them closer to the important things, the important dogs, or the trail into the yard, or the trail that was on the back of the yard. You know what I mean? They had their spots amongst the yard. The one they generally had the longest chain at the entrances compared to everybody else who had they couldn't really, you had to get by them to get by these right here. And then you had cameras and all that other shit. So we definitely fixed the thieving problem. But in the process of that problem, we had pit bulls that were human aggressive. And we used them for that purpose. Now remember, we didn't have to go out and train them to hit the sleeve or give them an off switch. They just knew that anything other than us on the yard. Remember, Mo told you he used to walk around with his big rubber hose. That was for them because he never knew what to expect dealing with them. I mean, so they did have a purpose. You know what I'm saying? But even him knew that he had to have that big hose and make him have to go in the house just to feed him. So the reason I speak on that kind of stuff because, you know, breeding American Pit Bulls, you know, and when we talk about bloodlines, and I'm gonna go all the way back to the Kobe, the Tudors, and them because I know what they weren't thinking about breeding guard dogs back then or something to have as a pet. I mean, they had already set the standards what we were what they supposed to be like. What they, they created an American Pit Bull Terrier that had standards. Talking about standards when it come to these dogs, they were fighting dogs. They were very game dogs. They were very hard biting dogs. They had a genetic trait. They're working dogs, built to do the things that they were bred to do. That's not going to change. And you're still calling it an American Pit Bull Terrier. Uh, People are breeding these dogs in all kinds of ways, and they creating these big monsters. But when you look at some of the problems that's being had, the bad things that happen, it's being them big monsters, the ones that's actually doing it. Because I'm still thinking he still got some pit bull in him. And to me, pit bulls are escape artists. You know, they find a way to just, I don't care how hard you got that, how tight you got that collar on their neck, how big a chain you put them on. Somehow, some way, you're gonna have a yard accident. I can't explain it. Remember, yard accidents is the worst thing that can happen to a pit bull owner because somebody is going. It just means something's bad going to happen. 9 times out of 10, when you have a yard accident, your feelings is going to be hurt because you're going to lose something that you wish you hadn't. You just wish it hadn't happened. Because when it does happen, you see one of your dogs over there, or you see one of the puppies, you know, then got caught up in some shit because it done got off and ran into one of the big dogs. It's just a hurting feeling. So we always try to make sure and prevent that. Even in the, when you put them in them cages, when people start putting them in them pens. I mean, when we was on Ohio, we had pens, but when we was in Ohio, we didn't have no more than 8 dogs. No, 10 but they was in pens. But amongst them 8 dogs, you understand, at this point in time, they're always going to get some work. Why? Because you got kids. Kids take dogs for walks. You know, that was a whole lot different when you got here in Florida and we had that big ass yard and they had them big long chains, so they had their own chain spots. Their lives was just so much better on chains than they were stuck in a pen. And even in the pen, it was almost hard because even though we would put wood and we put metal between because you know they couldn't stand being next to each other, chewing up the wood, jumping up on the fence, trying to get out to the top, all kind of crazy shit. So yeah, it was a blessing to finally get on a yard. But the thing I'm trying to get to is when we breed now, and we always say the dogs make the paper. How does that work? I mean, how is that going to work if we're not putting these dogs to work? I mean, I would prefer to see a dog doing some wall climbing. I would, a pit bull terrier anyway. Wall climbing, pulling some weights, um, hitting that treadmill. I mean, all that stuff. I would prefer to see that than to see somebody trying to guard train. Even the most experienced guard, I mean, I think we pretty good when it comes to training dogs. We just don't brag about our work and the type, the things we make our dogs go through. We don't train like everybody else. He's right. We don't use tricks and toys and things like that. We do it the old school way. So we don't, our dogs don't look around, be looking up, waiting for a treat or something. Their eyes are straight ahead, and they them kind of. I wish, I'm like a wood type of dog, but never really wanted to see a guard trained pit bull. And I don't want to. And I think we can do better things than be guard training pit bulls. You know what I mean? Not everybody is going to, what I use as, be a trainer, because they are already a hard keep anyway. They are a very hard keep. But if we create more activity for them to be able to maintain that drive. You know, if you go to you go to a dog show, and it's nothing like what you see, you know, Westminster. You know, American Pit Bull Terrier dog shows is nothing like Westminster. You know, if you ever go to a dog show, man, you'll see some that's cool and calm, but then you'll see them ones, you know, I mean, they on point. You know, they that's what I'd be expecting them to do. And they're around a whole bunch of pit bulls. I mean, 90% of them is ah, ah. You know what I mean? I've seen them up at the Time Spot, and I've been to two other ones, and I've seen dogs just get totally wore out, just totally wore out through that excitement and that just want to get your ass type, just because they all it's around them. They're out on a leash and everything's around them, and they're trying to get everything around them to where they just burn themselves completely out. Did you see them over there? You know what I mean? I've seen some even have to cool them off and get water and to keep from even losing them because it's, you know, because of excitement. But that's the pit bull. Now, when we start taking this breed and getting away from, you know, what it's supposed to be doing. Remember, the dogs for us still supposed to make papers. I wouldn't give a damn if it's a Jeep Red Boy, regardless of what the hell it is. What are you going to do? And how does things moving forward change if we're not going to keep representing American Pit Bull Terrier for what it was bred for? And it doesn't have to be fighting. I'm just saying. The dog's not meant for everybody. For those who are trying to move forward and do these, you know, trying to sell dogs for whatever purpose that you're selling them for, the more dogs you get out there, the more people gonna have them, which means the more the possibility of the wrong people who don't know what to do with them was gonna make this breed even more dangerous because of these dogs aren't meant for everybody. And in the process of that, think about the damage that does to the ones who are trying to preserve based on the breed. Because if you're trying to preserve a breed, you're trying to, it's like in the wild, only the strong survive. You know, a lion have a bunch of cubs coming in, then the big young lion come in and knock off the old lion. New lion come in and he knock off all the youngins of the old lion. Just knock them off because only the strong supposed to survive. Now, that's by nature. Lions aren't the only ones to do that. Pack animals, dogs, they'll do the same damn thing. But as long as we are doing what I consider controlled breeding, because that's what we're doing, controlled breeding, how much control are we going to have over the breed to where it damages the dog and the reputation of the dog completely? because we ain't but one step away from that now. They already got them, remember you got an American Pit Bull Terrier, you're a dog fighter. You got an American Pit Bull Terrier, you probably sell drugs. If you got more than one or two, 3 or 4. See, we already been profiled. On top of now being profiled, you know what I mean? And you putting these dogs in the wrong people's hands, and now they went out and killed a kid or bit somebody in the face and mangled their face. How do you think the neighborhood gonna feel about that? And Lord knows don't have 4 or 5 of them, or 8 or 9 of them. 10, woo! Call the police. He got 10 pit bulls over there. What do you need 10 pit bulls for? You're gonna be more prone to be profiled and ask that question compared to me having 10 Doberman pinchers or 10 Rottweilers over here, and they bite more people than those pit bulls. But they won't come and ask me why I got 10 German Shepherds, 10 Rottweilers, 10 Doberman pinchers. They're gonna probably be talking about it looks cute. And I'm telling them, these aren't people-friendly dogs. These are guard dogs. These are very aggressive dogs. You know, you see these big old patches on them said, do not touch. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not meant for that. But they get more respect than that pit bull. Basically, really is nowhere near as dangerous as they are. So I try to bring that to the table because that's something that we all need to talk about when we're talking about breeding these dogs and the purpose of why you're in a hurry to breed this dog. Is the money getting to the point to where everybody's breeding and throwing pedigrees and stuff around? But for what? From me looking at the business side of this, I don't understand for what. Why? Why is this so important now? Ain't nobody doing shit. It'd be different if I go to one of the competition shows. I would love to go to a competition show and see 100 pit bulls dragging weights, climbing the wall, running the treadmill, showing the confirmation. I would love to see people support that to that degree because that means, for me anyway, at least the damn dog doing some work. It's not just home sitting on a chain because you have to put in work to get into those type of competitions. You're just not going to go home and put him off the chain and go think, what are you competing for? Most of the time when people are getting in competition, they putting in some work and preparing their dog for that work. That's the way I think. And I'm only looking at it from the business side because dog fighting is against the law now. Dog fighting was against the law back then. But we still did it. We took a chance doing it. We were willing to take that risk to do it and was willing to face whatever came with doing it. But we in a whole new era now. Whole new era. And does that mean because the era changed, the people gonna stop doing dogs? I don't think they're gonna stop doing them. But I'm not. I am damn positively sure that at the risk that you would take to do it now compared to what the risk that we were taking back then, it wasn't. It got like when we first got in, it was just a misdemeanor. By the time we got out, it was a felony. And now, since we've been out, now it's a federal offense. That's getting more. To me, that's where at what point do you draw the line? you know, you know what I'm saying? Because when you got the weight of the government behind all the corrupt shit that they can do, and they do, that's the part I'm looking at. Being a person from the streets, the hood, didn't say I was raised up to be a hood. Those are the choices that I made in my life because again, those were my friends. So you can still be hood and be smart and have something in life. Not everybody from the hood was a bad person, but we were street smart. And those who took those risks and had to deal with the federal government, they'd be the first ones to tell you there ain't nothing to be messing with when you got the weight of the government coming after you. They don't mind kicking down your door. They don't mind putting your mama in handcuffs. They don't mind putting guns to your kid's head. They don't mind telling your wife to get on the floor, whether she got out the shower or not. She be buck naked. They come in out. They don't care. This is what I'm talking. I'm saying as far as the risk in that you take doing certain things, and I equate that to the streets because there were a lot of. I mean, I told you about Atlas Brewer. Dr. Kimsey Woods. Think about it. He's a doctor. You got, I think it was Atlas, who was the mayor. Cheryl Powell, the sheriff. And there's many more that construction run guys who ran construction companies or run different businesses, and or some had different professions. Some were professionals in professional sports. Remember, all those people weren't always, they're not thugs. And they didn't look at themselves as a thug because they were dog fighters. They were still just regular human beings. Not everybody who fought dogs was a drug dealer. So take and try to just look at why we breeding dogs and why it's so important to breed dogs without a purpose. And if the game has changed to the point that where we're breeding dogs to look good on paper and sell these dogs to God knows whoever, and who knows what they gonna do. What direction are we heading in? Because like I said, talk about Kobe and Tudor, and remember these were the masterminds. Remember there wasn't as many dogs when they started, but based on all them, them scientists, and I call them, you know, scientists because they was taking, using what they was working with, and creating and making this breed become as famous as it has become in this fraternity. That people have taken this same mastery and creating other shit off of it. Don't know which way it's going. Don't even understand the purpose, to do something like that just because. and say because it looked good. I think I've seen some pretty nice looking pit bulls in my time. Real good looking, especially when they in shape. You know, they hell of a specimen. Put up against any conditioned dog when it come down to a specimen. But then for us, it was a purpose. For them, there was a purpose. It was important for them to do what they were doing. And if it don't be for what they were doing, we wouldn't have been able to do the things that we were doing and have the dogs we were had because we wouldn't have them to look back on to try to have something to look up to and have what they had. I think that's the direction that I'm trying to make this Hot Mike Friday be about. Because we throwing around, we don't, we have discussed a lot of things over last Friday and Tuesday. It brings me up to where we at today. Because y'all know I sit back and I try to put this stuff together, but I try to make it to where it all comes down to making sense. We've seen enough pedigrees. We've talked about the DNA. We have talked about, you know, the papers and some of the newer dogs, some of the new names. Can't keep talking about the same old names. So we got to give you a quick look into some of the new names that have changed, how names have changed over the last 20 years. How they starting to change where as time goes on, those might be the new names that carry forward. Like Tudor falls off, Kobe falls off, Carver falls off, BOUDREAUX falls off. They don't fall off. They ain't fell off yet. They haven't fell off yet. So we still talking about Carver dog. That's a Kobe dog. That's a SORRELLS dog. You know, because that's the bloodline. Now, who has been successful? I seen a guy on YouTube that has been breeding SORRELLS dogs. And those dogs, when you look at them, you know you're looking at a SORRELLS dog if you know these dogs. So it's not him just saying it. I mean, I could actually just look at it. And I'm not very familiar with SORRELLS dogs. But because of what you're looking at, the build and understanding and listen to how he knows how it's been bred coming down off of where it comes from. If you're very familiar with a certain bloodline, and I mean, I'm talking to bulldoggers up in here now. That's the whole thing about it. I sit in enough chats. I go to enough podcasts that I know y'all know what I'm talking about because I hear people can take some of these bloodlines and hell, when we stuck, they'll jump out there and come up with an answer. Oh, that's off of so and so. That's the son of so and so, bred back to so and so. So I'm not that skilled at this, like some of you guys are. But I'm not that far away that I can't sit back and be analyzing what I see and then set it there and say, now why are you doing it? What is your goal? What is your main purpose? You know what I mean? See, I'm going to be in the digital dog show, so I'm gonna just tell y'all right now. We're gonna bring some dogs. I'm gonna let y'all know, tighten up on your game. Because we ain't just doing it just to say we just doing it. We doing it because it's competition. And I'm gonna support the new way of how to do this. I'm not gonna knock it. I'm not one to knock it. That's basically why I'm saying what I'm saying now, because I want to know what you're doing. But if you're not doing that, Then if you're doing the other thing, we ain't gonna be talking about it anyway, and it ain't nobody's business if you're doing it any damn way. So I don't expect to hear from none of y'all because your business ain't everybody's business. So I wouldn't expect those type of people that I can be sitting here have to worry about them because I don't expect to see them on no damn Facebook or hanging out in no damn podcast or doing a podcast talking about it. I don't expect to see them. Not saying they ain't out there. I'm just saying they know I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the other ones who feel like it's good to get out here and do it and just put it out there because doing the breeding and the money mean that much that you're willing to take that kind of risk, then that means anybody who deal with you, anybody associated with you, you're out there clowning, you're putting their lives in jeopardy when they probably don't want their lives to be in jeopardy. Y'all know how this works. Man, don't come over here with that hot shit. Man, you making the block hot, man, with your dumb shit. Man, don't mess with that dude, man. He talk too damn much. There's a difference. There's a difference compared to I'm getting my dog ready for the digital dog show. Big difference. I'm working him for the digital dog show. I'm working for him for the next competition show. We had a little bit more of that going on. It'd be a whole lot easier to try to understand why everybody is so concerned about how damn dogs breed. Because last time I checked, I know I've heard and had enough people on here, and I've seen enough podcasts and I've seen enough chats that everybody, we all do agree the damn dog make the damn papers. So what are we gonna do to keep making the dog our first priority? Because if you're making the dog your first priority, you're gonna be very careful about what you're breeding. If you're careful about what you're breeding, you're gonna be more careful about what you're feeding. And if you're careful about what you're breeding and you're feeding, you're gonna wind up with some damn good dogs. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna turn this over to my man here in a minute. I need y'all to feel me because this is, to me, the business side of what this is all about. There has to be a reason why you do what you do because only you know the purpose. But I'm trying to help the ones who don't know. Because I remember, I'm not trying to sell y'all shit. I ain't never offered nobody no stud fee. You come bring your dog over here. I ain't heard, you ain't never seen me sit here and say, we selling this pup or that pup. We ain't even never said anything about, oh, we got this person and hooking you up with that person so you can go buy a dog. You don't hear us getting into none of that. But there's a reason why. We know who we know. If you want to know who we know, it ain't for us to let be telling their business unless they want their business told. So any and every time that you want to talk to somebody and want to hook up and take care of your business, that's just how business works. This is still business. Y'all want to talk to me about something? Call me. That's all. My number, everything, it's all out there. But I'm hoping you understand. You can't call me and be talking crazy shit. Like, you know, that don't make sense to me. That makes me look at you sometimes, for the ones who do that, like, ugh. You know what I mean? Ugh. You know? And I ain't never tried to be a bad person. I used to be like, I used to cut more off from talking to anybody. You want to talk dogs or anything, knowing I don't know nothing about dogs, I was always a person, call Mike first. Anybody want to talk, give him my number. I'm filtering out the bullshit. Because I'm like, I can't talk dog with you. I can talk business with you, but I'm not going to be talking about nothing else. And I think that's just something that we should be paying a lot more attention to based on the cases I've been catching, out here. And how they is using they using they just, man, let me tell you something. One thing can't nobody sit here and tell me. I seen my brother face 30 years. I don't know how and what other people do. I don't really get into that. But one thing I stress that when people sit back and they depend on the legal system to sit there and do something, you paying all that money for somebody to do something, and they hang your ass out to dry, and you just sit right there and just let them, or you took a deal, all that comes with this thing right here called justice is a part of the system. Some of us just wasn't on that part of the system. Put in your own damn homework. Sit in there and understand the law yourself. If it don't sound right and I'm paying the lawyer, just know you don't tell me what you're going to do. You're going to do what I tell you to do. I'm paying you. And if I can't get you to do that, get me somebody else in here. And if I can't get them to do it, then hell, why am I paying anybody? I'll do it my damn self. I'm taking that risk. I would take that risk before I would take that risk with somebody else and still end up doing 20, 30 years. One thing about the law, understand it well enough and you're willing to put in the work and understand it to the degree that you can speak intelligently for yourself, it actually works in your favor because you know more than all of them do when it comes down to these damn dogs. A treadmill used for dog fighting. Damn it, but we got treadmill races. How do you distinguish that treadmill as a piece of illegal equipment when we over here using it in a legitimate competitive event? Who determines that? Where's the justification for me, a man being found guilty for having equipment used for dog fighting purposes, and we taking the same meal can go right over here and put a dog on it and have a treadmill race? Y'all see where I'm going with this? That's the importance of what I'm trying to just sum up everything in. All the way down to the breeding and why you want to breed. Why you even had a damn dog. You ain't doing shit. You ain't over here doing this. If you're just out here just to sell dogs, you're gonna make things worse because you're gonna sell the wrong dog to the wrong person, and that wrong person gonna either get out there and do some dumb shit and then have them back over there in your yard, or out here get somebody killed and still have them back over there in your yard. And y'all talk about risk. I'm trying to tell you, gentlemen, that in order to preserve the breed, we have to be a lot more smarter and more intelligent about how to do it. So we do our part. That's why we sit in front of this damn camera on Tuesdays and Fridays. We ain't out here trying to sell you shit. Our goal has been the same goal from the very first video. And for those who do not know, you really need to go check out the very first video, The Yard. We have never backed away from that. And you follow us all the way up until now. Our mission statement stays the same for the preservation of the fraternity and the breed. And that's where we at with that. And that's where we try to get everybody to respect that. Not about what you got or what you did or how you did it. Don't care about that. One damn thing you can't change about what, as far as what we do, is that's our history. We try to talk about only things that we have done. And ain't got to sit here, lie, and bullshit you, and we'll look you right into this camera and tell you. We have been in all these different situations. We have been in raids. We have been in courts. We have had our dogs stolen. We have done some of the craziest things. I mean, everything. So that we are far from perfect. We are nowhere near our mentors. We always let y'all know that. But one thing for damn sure, we will never let y'all forget our mentors. That's one thing. And we will never let y'all forget how to love your dogs in this game. We might all have a different way of doing it. But honor, definition don't change. Integrity, definition don't change. Respect, definition don't change. And the truth, definitely, definition ain't gonna change. So, I've said my part on this Hot Mike Friday. You know, Mo might come in, Mike done had his little preach sermon. But you know what? I'm not passing around this little tray and asking for no donations. Even though y'all know you can always donate and help the channel because it will always be appreciated. But as far as the knowledge and the opportunity to actually talk to you and tell you something, it don't cost you nothing. That's how much we love this game. Can you love it the same way? And for real? Can y'all actually look at another person and like our mentors looked at us and gave us an opportunity to do long, and help us become who we became? Would you be willing to do that for somebody else? Or is that person out there? Not everybody can sit up here and do what we doing. That's all I'm saying. Because we do have a purpose. We do have a mission statement. Regardless of what people think it might say, that ain't gonna change. Might not like how we do it, but I didn't think because we sit in front of this camera, we had to change who the fuck we were. We don't do that in real life. How the hell you think we do it in a podcast video life? Come on now. That's why you can't get no realer than what I'm saying. Can't get no realer than what we doing. And then when the day come that we ain't gonna want to do this no more, and nobody got to hold a gun to our head or anything else, and we feel bad, we'll walk away and go back, and live out the rest of our life. But for right now, we don't have no problems in doing what we're doing. But when the time come and that day come, I'm at least be able to sit back and know these videos is out there and we did our part. And actually gonna feel good about it. That's why I love all the viewers who actually come by and watch these videos. For all the people who actually take time to hit the damn like button. For all the people who actually take time and put out a comment. For all the people who just pick up the phone and call and just twin, good show. I take my hat off to you and salute you. Because if it don't be for those people and you, the Shark Tank and the viewers out there and all my boys on the back street, there would be no reason for us to do this. And when that reason is gone, we'll be gone. But until then, let us decide when that happens. We don't need no damn help. Y'all know what I'm saying? I'm out. On you, Mo. Hey, hey. Woo! What up, everybody? Damn, man, I be dropping on my computer. I need a new laptop. Give me 1 second, fellas, while I put this stuff together here.
Tampa Furniture Outlet's floor remodeling sale is here with staggering savings all month of January. Kick off the new year with savings.
Excuse me, y'all. Hold on, fellas. Mo, what happened? Let's see the man, Mr. Jones. I was trying to see what was on the show for tonight, y'all. Hold on. Still on my show. That's a good point, though. That he was making far as, you know, he said 20 years. I'll be saying 40 years, 50 years. I mean, when we talk about Floyd Boudreauux and James CRENSHAW and Earl Tudor and Maurice Carver and the Anzels and Patrick Bolio's, Klaus, Mayfield, those dogs are, you know, they was out there before me. I'm the one 20 years ago. So that would put them like 40 years ago. And just funny that, and y'all know it's true. When we look into these dogs and pedigrees and things like that, we don't look for nothing. We always look for the familiarity because we can't really read a pedigree without it. We had to damn near go back and find certain dogs to understand where this bloodline is going or where it came from. It's very seldom, like, we can say Southern Kennels and Mayday, they'll always be historical names now. They a little further up. We don't have to talk about just Yellow John. You know what I'm saying? Even don't even have to really say much about the Hollandworth dogs unless we're talking about Mayday. Even though Hollandworth dogs did good, they capitalized on the name, Mayday. Because that's really basically they had good dogs, but Mayday made an impact on them that it's going to carry their name throughout history. So
You know, that's where I be at. You know, can't even really say Frisco because we're running out of Frisco. You know, we didn't pass China, man. Now we on Frisco. You know, but then we're getting closer than we are when we say, you know, Tom Gardner. Closer. We even closer when we say Mayday. We even closer when we say 357. You know, we even closer when we say Macho. You know, when we say Turtle Buster now, we're back there in the back. You know how far back that is? Do you know how many generations you have to go back to break these dogs from the back all the way up to now to really give these dogs these classifications of old names without putting in new names? You know, we didn't got away from understanding that, you know, the new names. You know, like when we say Tyrone and the dogs that come down off of Tyrone, we don't say it enough that we can't rat Tyrone's pedigree and his genetics off. Like we still can go back there and grab Floyd's shit, Maurice Carver's shit, Billy Clayton. You know, we can't just go back and just grab, you know, without grabbing any of them. We can't do that in the 20 to now. You know, familiar name, you know, new name. You know, you always hear me say Stone City, Evolution. Y'all say Chico Lopez. You know, we can't even really go with the STP though. STP been around for years, but he is a lot newer in the history, you know, to speak on. And we don't really speak on even him enough because to me, he's a legendary name that you can put closer to now than Maurice Carver, Lloyd BOUDREAUX. Because ST and them, they produce some great dogs themselves. Little to be known to that, you know, where they are part of the now history just as much as Mayday. You know, I look at them and say, we always going back here into the cellar where all the fine wine and the aging shitty. But the shit can't stay good unless the people in the future carry that name into the future. Like a good example for me would be Tom. How you can go back and look 20 years ago, 30 years ago, damn near 40 years ago, and find great dogs. And in them great dogs, follow them. If not the dog, follow the kennel. No, you know, in the early years, yeah, we could be talking about Tom doing the bulldogs, but in the later years, all we was getting is production in the dogs. Probably numbers ain't as great, you know what I'm saying, as you would like them to be because, you know, Tom sells a lot of dogs. You know, don't everything work out like you want it. But through the years, you know, remember we only talk about shit that's relevant anyway. So the people who was fortunate enough to have some relevant shit out of the Gardner dogs, you know what I mean? They become part of that historical name, the Gardner dog. You know, is he worthy enough to be standing there with such a name in the history? Yes, he is. Just like Floyd. You know what I'm saying? Just like Maurice Carver, just like Earl Tudor, the Hem Hills, the Hattricks, the TNTs. You know what I'm saying? All those great dog men that had all those great dogs in the past. You know, there is a pathway from back there up to now. And that's how history is made. We can't keep diving back without a little help. E. Crenshaw, J. Crenshaw, you know what I'm saying? There's so many damn Crenshaws, you know, but they all have a mark in the history of the dog game. Crenshaw should be damn near like a damn name you see in the Bible when it comes to greatness. E. Crenshaw and J. Crenshaw was big players and big parts of the story of this game. So, you know, long after I'm gone, if they have some real pit bull, you know, historians, you know, that could really go back in there. And I ain't talking about the history of how they came. I'm talking about the history of of a time that I think the dog game stepped into another level. Even though it was banned and illegal, it shot the quality and the competitiveness and some of the greatest dogs and people who might not have been in the game a long time, but just the impact. It really wasn't a color thing because you had Latinos, you had whites, you had blacks, you had every nationality. I'm talking about Chinese and everybody. And during that time, in that time period, with competition, competitive, I'm talking about competing. There are a lot of good dog men that came up out of there that you might not never hear about as the years go down. You know, like we don't never hear them talking about the Gator Boys. You don't never hear them talking about the Jersey Boys. You all every once in a while hear them talk about RC and the So-So. You know, where these camps, looking into these dogs. Like I said, evolution. We say evolution more than we say STP. We say Chico Lopez, literally, more than we say evolution these days. You know what I'm saying? And why are these names so irrelevant and really definitely put a stamp in far as the history on what, you know, what y'all got to work with, you know? It's just the follow through. Y'all still building y'all lines off of old shit. See, and to me, it's like it's getting away from the dog game and turning into the paper chase because a lot of these breedings is really based on the paper chase. I'm not saying that we, you know, the quality of the dog is you know is going down. I'm saying that the presumption that I'm looking at today, based on the things that's going on in today's world when it comes to the dog, it's about the paper chase and not the dog. Everybody be like, you know, the dog made the papers. You know, I wish it was really like that because if the dog made the papers, who's making the decision on what kind of dog it is? If the dog makes the papers, who is making that statement? Who's making that judgment call? You are. You don't want to feed the shit. You are. Nobody else is really speaking out like that but you. Now, back in my time, you know, you might be talking that shit, but you was really having to do some shit. Okay, you really did. You just can't be saying it and trying to move it and ain't doing it. Because back then, people were looking for compete. I need something to compete. And that's what the frenzy was. Yeah, you know, they had their share of peddlers, but it was more stricter on the smarter ones. It stayed in. I mean, when everybody talk about different circles, you can have circles all over the United States. But and those bunch of circles are still like tentacles. In some way, they all end up getting connected, especially in that world that I was in. You know, how do we end up over here in this circle, and then you know, in our own circle, we was branching out, going into other circles. And what did all these circles have in common? What do you think? You know, we didn't put qualities on these circles. The circles spoke for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's putting quality on these circles. They stand on their own accord. It just depends on what's coming through and then what's coming out. A lot of this stuff was being done in the basement, was where a lot of growth and a lot of great dogs came out. Now, a lot of them you won't hear a lot of about a whole lot of bloodlines. It's just 20 years of that. You know, it is really hard when it takes competition, it takes competing to continue to build such a line of dogs. Being that's what it was based on being anyway when we first got into it our damn self. You know, I didn't get into the dogs, you know, once I realized what I was doing. I didn't get into the dogs like that, you know, to have a pretty paper dog. I mean, what good is the dog if you know the dog can't be as great as the paper? And I figured like this: if they was breeding a dog to be great with the great shit was in there, then I gotta make sure that I got some of that shit before I start feeding the shit that ain't. You know, them qualities and points, it's kind of went out the window now. I mean, the window that I looked through, and the window I looked through was like the window that's, you know, I'm not down in the basement looking at any windows because down there is no window to be looking through. You know, there is no windows down there to be looking through. You know, those circles are still like little tentacles, little networks. And that's where the game is being, you know, I would have to say preserved. You know, there's guys out there that really, really believe that. You know, it's not for nobody to make judgment on those people because of their belief. You know, I'm one of them that came from that jungle and honestly wasn't looking at anything other than what I was on. You know what? You know, and I was around a bunch of people who was on the same thing that I was on. I was a dog fighter. You know, people, you know how that game go. You all know how that shit work. But you have to be really a fancier to really stick in there and raise the pit bull under the conditions and the assumptions that we were still competing. Didn't care. Chances and everything going on. Could have found something else better to do. But if you ever had a true warrior, you ever seen something that just totally amazed you? Something that had so much courage and so much battle that you know we take our kids and we try to get them into things to hope that they stick to it and become great one day. Well, I got a lot of kids, and I did that. But the only thing that I ever came out of life with that was successful as far as, looking in that aspect was the dog. And I think it had a lot to do with, in that world, I had an opportunity to get into the NFL, major leagues, and see what major league looked like. And kind of hung around the locker room until the opportunity came for me to become part of that major league. And that's where all the greatness was built in the history of the dog game. Nowhere else. We can talk about all the breeders. We can talk about he was throwing good dogs. He had good dogs, but man, without the fighters, didn't nobody have shit. Because the only way that this shit was working is you had to have competition. You had to compete. We're not putting levels on the competition. We're not putting levels on the compete. Because it's still one big thing of combat. The major thing that these dogs was built on was their ability to combat. And I am a so hard believer into believing that you can breed that out of a lot of dogs, a lot of lines. And if you ain't breeding it out where you ain't seeing it getting watered down, and you got some real good shit, and the only way you can really honestly say, in my world, I don't believe you got shit unless you did what I did. I don't know where y'all going with the shit today, but that's why I hardly ever talk about today. And when I do talk about today, I talk about it in a hypothetical term. I don't really know. But, it's like asking that question, why do y'all feed the dogs that y'all feed now? Why is the pedigree so important now? What is the sole purpose of the chances that you're taking now? Get these podcasts. I've been doing this, February 16th to be 2 years. I be telling Mike, I'm still trying to figure out why, what more can I say to these people? Sometimes I like sitting around and hanging out with y'all and hearing y'all points, but I don't know. There's something different about us where, like I said, a lot of people comes to this show here. They want to see us talk, see me talk. We get it. We get participation. We have our guests and stuff like that, but I don't get the major like questions that I be looking for. Look where we're at. We the camp that's still stuck in the dog fighting world. That's what it's going hard kennels reloaded is. It's a world of dog fighting back in the early 80s and 90s. Putting everything on the line and trying to take people back in that time and show you what it looked like in that time. All the great dog men, how we got a chance to start off the way we started off, grow the way we grew, meet the people we meet, seeing the great dogs that we've seen. I've been telling y'all this story for 2 years. Hopefully exposed a lot of things that really needed to be straightened out here since I got here in those 2 years. You know, because one thing I'm glad, I'm glad that I can sit in this chair and be something that I was 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And all I have to do is sit there and tell y'all a story that you can go and see the story, really find the story yourself and see it for yourself. You know, and be able to look back on the guys that we had on the show. Y'all can pick up and look at those histories of those guys. Triple M, you know, those guys has made history. You know, Garcia, history. These are guys that you'll be able to go back in and know you didn't heard these names and these people on this show talking about what they did, seeing the champions that they presented, and the breedings and the way they made them. You know, that's busy. And the thing about it, they ain't none of that shit fake. But none of that shit ever questioned. You know, that's what I'm glad we were able to do. Because you really don't see it much. You know, I don't know what was going on before I got here, but you know, I see where it was heading, and I'm glad we're not on that track. You know, all we are was on a historical track that we just open up our flood doors, shaking out everything that was in that closet, and shaking it out here to y'all, and let y'all scramble through it and pull out what y'all need, pull out what you want, and enjoy yourself while you do. And I want to make sure that, you know, it's not always going to be, you know, there's a Mayday. You know, then there was a time, then there was a going hard. And there was Luke, it was Barracuda. You had, when you say Mayday now, you don't have to just say Mayday. Like, you know, when we said BOUDREAUX, Eli, you know, BOUDREAUX's Eli, we didn't remember, we had a chance to say Bully Son, Layton's Eli Jr. We still keep going on down the line. Rascal. Let me say Yellow John. We got a chance to go Yellow. Then we got a chance to say all the great dogs coming down off the Yellow. Buck, it's same old thing. There's certain lines out there that we can just run. Boyles. We got all these names to carry on down through there. But you got to remember something. All these names and all these dogs that we carrying down through there were all dog fighting dogs. And there wasn't dog fighting dog, they was producing dog fighting dog. Regardless of what circle these dogs is popping up in. You've seen many circles out here, man. There's many great dog men out here. That, you know, circles was never an issue because it's just part of the game. You know, everybody who wants to compete can compete. It's just how bad do you want to compete? You know? Some guys was just on a constant search to go into the best that was out there, to be the best. Not like they had a chip on their shoulder to get it off, but their hunger to competition was so strong. Their competing was so strong. I mean, that's how the great dogs ran into great dogs. I can't sit there with no 4-time win. Like I was saying, you know, my greatest attribute would have been a chance to go with Buck Rogers and Kunta. To me, that would have been a great thing for me because there was really two great dogs. You know, that would have had that opportunity. But that's just like, that's one of those kind of things that, boy, if that would have happened, wow, that would have made a good something to talk about in the years to come. Like we talk about Sandman and Buck. You know, it's those kind of things like that right there is what, you know, I'm glad that, you know, the time that I came out here and enjoyed with y'all, that I never got away from that fact. You know, I never got away from, you know, what the fuck I did. And the people that went along with that. That shit is part of history, just like Floyd Boudreaux, Earl Tudor. You know what I'm saying? We got Eminem, you know, Richard Garcia, you know. We got these old dog men tapped into these shows here. And just to think, 40 years from now, 20 years from now, remember my 20, if I go back 30 years, you know, if I go back 30 years, damn near 40 years for me, I got to go back in the early 80s and come all the way up to now. When I look back there, I got a lot of history back there that, you know, to leave. And I sure left it out here on this show. Shared a couple of friends with me that, you know, who knows, y'all probably wouldn't even knew if they hadn't came along with me. So that's the fortunate thing. And then the network that this thing came together with, and you know, the way it was drawn together. Y'all know what I'm saying. You know? But it's the new name. You know, where does it make the connection and the link from me to the now? You know, that's my question to the back street. You know, a lot of our viewing fans and viewers are the back street. And it's always a shout out to you guys, because you know I know how it is. I know how it is. When you want to talk dog and want a bulldog, you really don't know. You know, you get in your circle, and sometimes your circle ain't enough. You know, so for us to get a chance to get out and go into these other circles and meet other kennels and the dogs that they were using was very important to the history. There was so much of it going on that there was so much movement going around. There's a whole lot of history there, y'all. A whole lot of history. I mean, you're going to always see me grab those journals. You're going to always see me open the mugs up. You're going to always see me relating to this, relating to that, because, I mean, at least I'm bringing you some type of receipt compared to most of the people that's bringing you bullshit ain't got no receipt. Yet they expect you to believe and go along with their shit without even a little bit of receipt of acknowledgement that they know what the hell they're talking about, or that's a fact, that's what they did. And like I said, even in the opening one of these shows, when you know we be talking about, you know, you don't know what the real is. You know what I'm saying? You're so mixed up, you can't tell the difference between the truth and some bullshit, because the bullshit has gotten that good that it's down near, you know, forced to be the truth to some people. They can take a lie, or they can take some shit and run it so hard that you will definitely have, even if it was 100 people, I would say 20% of that 100 will believe the bullshit. You know, and to me, at times, it really seems to be higher than that. But if we was to build on what we got today, you know, and that's what I'm going on. I'm going on, you know, not the fact that are we still building fighting dogs, because it's not building fighting dogs in today's world. It is not like it was back then in my world. You know, I don't even think there's a such thing as building fighting dogs in the world anymore. You know, And when I speak of the world, I'm talking about the wide world, wide world. The ones where we could just go out here and put our names in books and magazines and podcasts and probably talk like we used to talk back in the day on those chat boards and shit like that. We don't have that. You can't afford to do that. That's why they took all the windows out the basement. They threw out all the phones in the basement. Because now it's more of a survival thing. You don't know who to talk to or when to talk to them. So these circles got to be close circles now. The circles that's running around in the basement today with no windows, that means you can't look out. And ain't nobody looking in. The only way you know how to get there is like going through a tunnel with no lights down there. You have to know that tunnel to get through it. You go down there, stumbling down in there and get lost, you find yourself back up. But it's more like that to survive now. Like I said, I've seen more champions and less matches. It's easy to become a champion, and it seems like it's kind of easy to be the champion. But this is in a tunnel with no windows. So it's based on information. You know what I'm saying? You can't put a face or a name or a time or a date to it. You just know it exists. That's how the new game is played. And it's really overlooked because it's so quiet and it's so dark and sacred. That some people take advantage of that part right there, and they grow off of most people that can't get there, don't know how to get there, don't even know where to start at, but they love their dogs. They believe in their line, believe in what they're trying to do. They'll never touch those basement qualifications because they'll never get there because they don't know how to get there. So they'll spend most of their years on podcasts and Facebook and group rooms, building a yard of dogs that they learn very well because it's their yard that they feed, and they can turn themselves into a Triple J and Thompson and PBK and, going hard. But when you dig in there a little deeper, how many of those people are down in the tunnels? How many of you people believe what you was hearing? How many of you people could distinguish, the tunnel dwellers compared to the bright light players? And that's where it's at right now. This is where it's going to be right now. Hypothetically thinking, it's the only way it can be when, majority of people are breeding papers and not breeding dogs. Go ahead, man.
I want to give a shout out to my man N1 coming through with a 2-piece. Appreciate the love, N1. Big shout out to T Dizzy in the house, showing up with the 2-piece, showing the love. Appreciate you too, fam. Thank you both.
One of the kennels that we haven't really went over, man, that I like to get some input from you guys is You know, I'm trying to stay away from the yellow stuff, y'all. Because, you know, me personally, I'd be going out to Missing Link, you know, Great Kennel, Latin Connection, you know, and really just dig in a little places, man, that, you know, where there's background. But a lot of us, if you know your shit, I mean, even if you don't know your shit, and you know, part of the game, who doesn't know Missing Link? So a lot of you guys should know Missing Link. I know y'all should. I know the chat room, you know, the best place to ask is the chat room. Do a lot of you guys know Missing Link? Okay, so you know when we go into dig into what missing, why do we know Missing Link? You know, a lot of you guys will have some type of comment to say this is why y'all know Missing Link. Right? But see, that's good. That's the reason why I'm saying this is because this is some of the kennels that you know we don't talk about. You know, we say every once in a while we say strictly business. You know, you don't have to have an STPER to be a famous dog man. You can just be a famous dog man for just having that one famous dog. One dog can keep you in the history book. Your dedication in one dog as IBM. You know? That Grand Champion Miranda's Grand Champion Onyx, another great dog. You hardly ever hear us speak of him. You know? Another great dog. You know, and I like bringing up Grand Champions a lot. You know, because I think, you know, to become a Grand Champion is not an easy task. If you think becoming a champion is not an easy task, it depends on how you running your champion. How did your champion run? You know, because regardless of where you run at and what circle you was in, one thing for damn sure, you can't become a champion by standing there scratching into an empty corner. So we always got to give that due line of respect. It's just, you know, you got that one thing where you got guys out here that's got champions, and then you got guys out here that got champions. Okay, them champions is the ones standing there saying, you know, you're not competing in the level. You know what I'm saying? You're not competing in the level that I worked hard for. So I want to see just how good your shit is and call you out on it. Usually that's how that works. And if you're messing around in a circle that, you know, you got a good one, you know, most of the time, you know, word gets out that circle because remember, in all circles, there's a thin web that connects everything, and it's called compete. That's the web that brings all circles in the history of this dog game together. Compete. You cannot hide from it. If you are competing in a circle, there's a little wire that says compete on it that goes to other circles branched all over the place. It's one big thing of circles that's all being held together with one word, compete. And if you want to compete, regardless of what circle you in, you could compete. If your circle got low on competition or competing, then you just follow the yellow big compete word to another circle. And this is how history was built. So when you see another dog fighter talking about somebody else's shit, I think he has a whole lot of right to talk about another dog man's shit because at least he's competing. It's worse when you got somebody who ain't done shit, ain't matched no dogs, ain't done nothing, trying to talk about somebody to do. Or did. It's almost like a slap in the face to why. Why? When it has nothing to do with the word compete that brings all this stuff together, or even a circle that you're not even a part of. You're an audience to a show. That's what I call it. These circles have shows, and they have audience. But without the show, there's nothing to talk about. You know, that's hypothetically speaking for now, in the basement, with no windows. You know, can't talk to nobody on the damn phone. You don't know who you're talking to. They don't do podcasts. They don't do shows. They don't do Facebook. If I was a dog man in the dead world, I wouldn't do none of that shit. I'd be too scared. I'm sitting out here feeding 40 dogs. I ain't got time to be playing on Facebook. I might say the wrong thing to the wrong person, and you know, all my dogs is gone. Shit, we worried about treadmills in your yard and brake sticks in your pocket. And imagine the man who's in the basement with no lights. Imagine him. He's down in the basement with no lights. And what he thinking about right now? He is the most loneliest man unless he's in a circle with no windows. Cause that's the only way he gonna feel comfortable. He ain't gonna want to have no new friends. He ain't gonna have no friends. Everybody gonna be considered associate. Better not walk up on his yard if you even know where he get a chance to know where he lives. You know? But one of them kennels that I was thinking about tonight, and one of those that we didn't talked about Tony Wade, we didn't talked about Harry Hargrove. You know, I just think, you know, we missing some. Like the Vieira brothers over there, I would like to do a show with Schoolboy and Ramsey. They from out there in that area and checking out them West Coast. You know, there was some, I mean, you got the LA Dream Team. You got some boys out there. You got squads out there. I think Crane Valley was out from out there. You know, it's a lot of good kennels that carried a lot of weight back in the game, that if you go diving into Carver and Eli and Boot, you know, these dogs here, you might work your way up to these kennels. You know, and you might not find their stuff. You might find a very little bit of their stuff. Like me, another one would be the Belline. The Belline Club. Them boys. I've seen a lot of them. Mexican Dan. A lot of them. You know, these dudes master a lot of dogs. We see the cadenas all the time in these pedigrees. But we very seldom see the Belline. You barely see Mexican Dan. But I can tell you, these guys was real active back in the day. Now, them is the ones that I would like for us to, you know, the Shark Tank and you Pitbull historians, you know, go dust off some of your old stuff and some of your memories, because everything is connected to the compete. In that compete, that connection brings circles together. And in those circles, there's wealth of information. And in that wealth of information and in that line of competing, there's stories. And those are the kind of stories that I want to be able to present to y'all, because these were great dog men. They had great matches, Shady Days. They had, you know, they don't need a whole bunch of winners, but just imagine you come in with the right kind of money, you come in with the right kind of dogs, you come right in the game and become a you know, real notable person, because you're coming in and you're competing against some of the best dogs, and you're coming out of nowhere. Where are these getting these great dogs? That's how ProSet was. ProSet wasn't like no 30-year veteran that built the line and did it. No, ProSet came in buying dogs. Shady Days, they came in buying dogs, coming in buying great dogs. 187 Labs, 187 came in buying dogs. See, these was great kennels. They came in buying great dogs to just compete. Just to compete. That's all they wanted. And they got famous. They are part of history. And it's all because their hunger to compete, their ability to have the money to can grab out there and buy the right dog to compete. Do you know how many champions and grand champions go for a bunch of money once their careers are over? Do you know how many people take them very same dogs and got them right there? They their dog, and they can just got to take that damn dog and try to do unforgivable, like most of them always try to match an old retired champion, just so they can have their name. The competition of having this dog in their hands, knowing they got the dog, you know what I mean? The hunger to just compete with him one time, to say they won with him too. Do you know how many champions lose that way? Do you know how many great dogs have lost that from being sold and then reused? All in the hope that they win, then they won't be saying, going hard, they'll be saying Harry's Jimmy. No, change the name. Breed the dog, change the name. But if you change the name too much, they won't know the dog. They always recognize the dog as the dog that became champion as what he was. Sometimes a lot of those champions out there, they changed the dog kennel name because they sold the dog. But some guys, that wasn't enough. They just didn't want to like Natural Born got Luke Kane. Natural Born didn't do shit with Luke Kane, but breed Luke Kane. He might have rolled with whatever, but if I was gonna go looking for a dog, I'm only looking to breed the Luke Kane. Which I did. And back then, you know, like I told y'all, it did not work. But was I expecting, you know? Not taking nothing away from me. But you're going around and you're buying and spending your money on good dogs. Doesn't make you a match dog. A match dog, man. It sure didn't make him one. You know, those are the ones that, you know, I was always directed to go to breed to Luke Kane. I wasn't going to breed to Luke Kane because Natural Born had him. I wanted to go breed to Luke Kane because Deep South had him. STP had him. And at the time I wanted to breed to him, Natural Born had him. Yes, he did. Yep, 25,000. Natural Born bought Luke Kane for. And I remember when Deep South took him up there and made that deal with John Bemis and them, you know, and how they got him, and in return, they got some good dogs, came back now. If don't be for those dogs coming back, you know, they wouldn't have Dum Dum and Trina. The dog that knocked off Big Thick as Mallory came from some shit that STP sent them back with after getting Luke Kane. Okay? Dum Dum and Trina is off some of that shit right there. So it's not like they got a raw deal out the deal and probably didn't pay as much. But when they wanted them, they got them. Now, I don't think you could have got Twisted like that. You remember they had Twisted and Luke Kane. One of the very few camps, if any other camp, they had two champions off of Mayday in 1 yard. You know, Luke Kane was not a champion when he left Deep South Yard, but he was definitely a two-time winner. That's number one. And Luke Kane and Twisted was on the yard together. So even though Luke Kane went on off to become a grand champion, it was Deep South that raised. Okay? And it was one of the very few people that had two champion dogs. Literally, they won 5 between them. You got 3 for Twisted and 2 for Luke Kane right there. The No Name Boys. They had May too. Yep, man, you got Barracuda. There was No Name in them. I think they had Barracuda and Mayman. Imagine that one. Before Tom bought her, if I'm correct. What better two could you have? May and Barracuda? Oh, really? But that's, you know, it's all in the money. You know what I mean? There was a couple of deals that was out there, you know, shuffling around. Shady Days bought Cochise. I mean, he had a great win. I mean, they all had great dogs. If you had the money to spend to buy those great dogs, I've seen Noriega get bought. And he was one of the, like I said, one of those guys. He just could not let Havana Chico just go ahead and do that damn dog for number 5. He just had to have his hands on it so he could have something. I mean, it's already big enough to go around. But, you know, I guess that word compete. You know, I wonder how I would feel if I bought a champion. I wonder how it would feel if, you know, they was like, Twin, go ahead and make grand champion with him. Go ahead and do that, bro. Man, you think I ain't gonna try to make that motherfucker grand champion? If y'all don't want through with him, you telling me I done bought him and you telling me to continue it on. You ain't saying, Twin, go ahead and look, go ahead and get the dog, man. And if you want to make grand champion, just go ahead. We'll go ahead and win the other 2 with you. You know, I'd be first to sit there and say, well, shit, I can make grand champion and damn near get a dog back to them and don't get him back till you can go ahead and do that. I wouldn't be mad. If I lose, I lose. But I got a better chance of winning if I let the people who bought him this far, made him this good to get to, for me to even be interested to spend a bunch of money on a motherfucker to tell him to go ahead and finish his career. I'd be better off letting them finish his career. Win or lose, try to get my money back out of that, following them. You know, I'm one of them kind of betting men. You know what I'm saying? I follow greatness and I always bet on greatness. I'm telling you, you got, when I say you winning 90% of your matches, I'm following you, and I know 90% of the time I'm going to win. I ain't say I'm winning all the time. I said 90% of the time I'm winning. Because I'm running with Kennels that win 90% of the time. So maybe one is there, one here, one there, but guess what? The majority of the time, I'm collecting. So, hey, it can be a real feasible adventure if you know who you playing with. Now, every once in a while, you have the Clash of the Titans more than often than, and more normal than you know, today's world. Because today's world, two great Kennels repel like two magnets facing the same polarity. Instead of coming together, they bounce off each other. Bing. You know, very seldom you get two. And it was getting like this even when I was coming out of the game. You know, you couldn't, you know, I noticed with Satan and all them, like Lionhead, you know, so they put a picture of him on the shit, he got quiet. You know, and Lionhead and Satan would have been a great one. And they can never say that Satan wouldn't have went in the Lionhead. I can say that I know that Satan would have went in the Lionhead. I know that we was barking for Lionhead, you know, because it was not that like we was calling Lionhead wasn't shit. It was the fact that, hey, if you're competing, and that's the goal. If you're competing, you want to know just how good your shit is, and that's how you find out. It's very seldom. Like I said, it took 8 people to go in the tournament in the Queen of Hearts. It took 8 people. 8 people thought they could whoop her. 10 people thought they could whip Tornado. 9 people thought they could whip Barracuda. You know, without these people thinking, these dogs wouldn't have all these wins. It only took the world 4 people to realize that panty bitch, but leave that one alone. Okay? She's probably one of the few dogs. Her and May May is probably one of the few dogs in the history that I can always talk shit about. That I know for a fact that, you know, those was 2 dogs that the world shut the fuck up when you say their name. Okay? You better don't even say shit unless you ready to get cussed out or sent home to grab your best bitch. You know what I'm saying? Or you ain't gonna say nothing. You say Pandy or May May, you know, niggas start dropping their head. Or they start raising their hand. Yeah, that's them. Yeah, them some badass dogs. Ain't you hearing nobody talking about, I get them bitches. You know, them was one of them kind. I mean, in my time in the game, I never seen nothing, you know, I always felt and wished like I would have got that opportunity with Red Ace. You know, even I would even say, you know, I could have been able to do the same thing with Brat, you know, just force her down everybody's throat until, you know, that she stood on that standard and status like May May and Pandy. As you do not want to put your shit on them dogs. They wrecking shit. You know, I think I would have been 2 fights away with Brat if I could have just kept her off the barks of trees and hanging from shit. You know, I could have just got them 2 more in because she wasn't a hurt dog. She never got hurt. She just kept chewing on shit when she wasn't doing shit. You couldn't put her in no crate. You know, you couldn't do that. Put a brother in one. I left him in a crate one time, y'all, and he was in the back of a rental truck that I had, and I was taking him up to Michigan. I come back, he didn't chew out the crate, and all I did is went in there, ate some dinner. You know, I'm tired. I'm trying to get off the road, sit down before I get ready to make this ride again. Get out to the ride. This dog has been chewed through the crate. I'm talking about one of them plastic. And we ain't got no more backseat. Backseat gone, y'all. All I got is over there is wire. I mean, you know how they didn't chewed up all the stuff, you know, the foam in the seats is everywhere. They didn't peeled all that he didn't peeled all that shit off the seat where there ain't nothing but metal. Ain't no cushion nowhere on this thing. This motherfucker then sat up in this car and just lost his damn mind. And this, keep in mind, y'all, this is Brat's brother. So you can just imagine how Brat was. When Brat didn't have no teeth, she was still gnaw on a tree. I don't care what it was. She's gonna put her mouth on something, and she gonna slobber that mug to death all day long. All day long. She don't give a damn whether it's the post sticking up out the ground, the axle, the doghouse. It just didn't matter. What's that money? The pan, concrete pan. We tried it all, fellas. It just didn't ever work, man. But she was, her, and I would have to say, those are the two wishes. Was I wish I could have did the red ace again and made a decision to maybe wait a week, you know, and the decision to keep Brad in a muzzle and put her in a real expensive cage. She couldn't tear up her teeth, and went on a roll and made her grand champion like May and Pandy couldn't do, or get to that position where, you know, her name is on that list that don't fuck with. This Brat was definitely don't fuck with one of them kind of dogs, and I can honestly say that I always gonna feel like that about Red Ace. Even though she didn't work out, it was just the fact that she was definitely one of them type of dogs you just didn't want to fuck with. Mm-hmm. And anybody got any questions, Mike? Because I'm gonna pull up something. I said somebody's name earlier. Okay. I wanted to look at something, man. I know which one it was too. Okay, this is one right here. I want to look into these boys right here. The triangle gang, you know what I mean? You know, we know STP's STP champion John Boy. But yeah, here's another kennel. That Black Rock. No, they was dealing with a lot of import dogs, as you can tell. Can't really pronounce their names, but as a kennel, they had a lot of good dogs. My question was always to a lot of the guys when they was messing with the Black Rock dogs was, you know, and gotta keep in mind they was matching more dogs than y'all back then. By this time, by 2012, they was matching more dogs than y'all was. So don't be acting like y'all don't get it. Let's see if I can pull up a list of their dogs here while we out here looking. You know, I'm just trying to see if we can find dogs. You know what I'm saying? Okay, look, they got a website. Let's see if it is that. Hmm. Okay, yeah. Hmm. I know I see. I'm seeing some shit. Okay, here you go. There you go, y'all. Yeah. See, this is what I was looking for. Y'all, that shit there. We tried to breed the highest quality of dog. Two thousand, 2000, look, 2016 and 17. Got them a dog of the year. Now, my question is, how many of these is in the state? Not saying they don't. I mean, I thought they was in Mexico. That was one thing. I know they was, you know, but they have some good bred dogs. My question is, not have anybody used Black Rock, but has anybody ever matched Black Rock in the United States? I hear a lot about them and I see their dogs, and hey, you can't knock a kennel working like that. Right there now, come on. Who hating? I ain't hating. I'm just trying to get some information. I see them in some bloodlines, and they got great dogs. You got good bred shit, and it worked. I mean, what they be showing is the expectations is definitely the deal. You know, we're gonna grab a couple of these and go see if we can pull up their pedigrees. How about that? Maybe we can get some answers. Y'all with me? Okay. We're gonna be doing some 80. We're gonna be doing some searching. We got 2009, 2017. Let's start off with 2009. Let's start off. See what they see. See what I'm saying? Last modified. And see, we am I telling y'all about them Mexican Eli dogs over there in Mexico? some odd reason, I guess he was real close to the border. Okay. If somebody can jump in. I'll pull it up. We'll go back to this, but hey, we just looking at how they braid. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take and open another window, put him over another page, right quick, and I'll just put the number there. Okay, what's the number? 7523. Now, Top Alpha is definitely international. They're that international battle cross, because you definitely know these. Huh? What about them? Mm-hmm. They're going to be down here. The Crazy Legs Central, right here. It's Florida boys here. Mm-hmm. Look at that and see. Them States boys right there. World Star and them, like, yeah. That's all the fawns up north. Nice bred dog, though, on that bottom end. Your awesome buck, little pig, that little dog right there, that's a little buck, baby, and them daddy little mate sister right there. Right here. Miss Pig. Yes, that's the little buck, little mate sister, guarantee you that. Yellow buck, Miss Nico. Crossed back into awesome buck. Nice cross. Crossed it back in. Crazy Legs coming off of Miss Luca. Yeah, that's a nice little cross right there. I was supposed to produce some shit. See, Stone City, Yellow Butt, Miss Nico. Oh, that is Florida. Oh, that's Florida shit. Nice cross. Nice breeding there up there in Citrus Kennels. World Stars. Smart move. But when you breed like that, you're supposed to have shit like this, mother bulldog. I mean, with all this shit in it, what are you gonna get? They turn black because up here. Mm-hmm. So down here, right here. This stuff right here. Look at old Rolly down there. A lot of up north. I know a couple of these guys here, you know. Mm. See, we see these dogs right here, and you see how they breeding them, right? Now, as you look at them, we don't see none of them old names. We see familiar names, but we see names that we don't know. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we got this on pairs online, but just imagine if we wasn't looking up Black Rock shit right now, how many of us would miss this? You know what I mean? Oh, warrior right there, y'all. That he was old warrior. Yeah, Sister Kim also he also had a dog from us. It was off of Nico Jr. bred the Sassy Girl. His name was Yellow Nico. He had some pretty decent dogs coming off of him too. He had some nice dogs. But all this is Florida shit. Well, one damn thing for sure, if you notice, you got champion crazy legs, and if you would start walking that dog's pedigree back, how can you not when you're doing this? And another thing for damn sure, y'all will definitely find this. You'll find crazy legs, and I've seen him in several pedigrees. So, and I've seen him in a lot of pedigrees with good dogs. I mean, one thing for damn sure, when you're coming off a great dog like Miss Luca and Nico Jr., you're gonna get something good. Let's see this champion Busted dog. Let's see what Busted literally made too. Vice script stuff. Okay. Yeah. What I thought. Who I pulled up. Nico Jr. threw some nice dogs. They was game as hell. I can tell you that. Nico Jr. threw some game ass dogs. Don't be surprised he threw some with some ability on your ass too. Okay. And they crossed that with the Black Rock stuff. Well, he definitely has some help. Now, y'all want to go see if we can make this imported stuff, see where it come from? Let's go see where it come from. Standing still, dog year 2017. Go back. Say, where you want me to go now? Was it on this one here? Let's see. Bull. This the one you talking about right here? I got a little bit of look just like that. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That's old Bull. I mean, he has some good shit in his pedigree, though. You weren't gonna replace Queen, but they have some good dogs out there. Miss Jackson, Saddam. Y'all see him? There's two of them in this footsie. Look at that. Crossing Bull with that DSK2. $29, $28, and $40. I can expect that. You know what I'm saying? You can expect that. Look at her pedigree. She got banjo all up in her shit. Red Man, Queen of Heart, and Buck. Them the kind of shit y'all take notes. See, we see that'll work. Yeah, that was a good one.
That Viking family LG representing. I see you know what's up, fam.
Then they had the little maid sister, Miss Jackson. That was Saddam. Was that Miss Jackson? He goes Saddam, his brother. Did they throw anything? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't. Even when bred back. But gotta remember something. Let me take us back to where we was. We wouldn't have never got there. Nowhere in there. There. All this led up to something. He's in the genetics. It's in the genetics. Is it a line you can build from? Hey. Got all the right dogs in it. Oh, these dogs right here is supposed to produce. Everything up here gonna work. Gun the perfect example of what you call a great grand champion. He can beat you short, he can beat you long. But look how he bred. We already saw the bottom. We saw that one already. Mm-hmm. Y'all see how that shit is bred, right? Got all the right stuff in it. When you make those kind of breedings, and you know that you know when you're making these kind of breedings, you know, for you paper chasers, it's only for you paper chasers. You can look like this, but just because you look like that, you got to be that. See, you got to be that right there to be that. Okay? You might look like this, but for it to be relevant in this room, you got to be that. I don't care about his brother. I don't care about his sister. I'll be looking at him because the blood don't mean nothing if it didn't come together to produce him. Now, if he had a legitimate brother or sister that has some POR remedies in him and some great dogs like that, then, you know, I could feel that. But the only reason this dog is up here because he's relevant. And he's relevant because he makes us go back and look at his pedigree and ask ourselves, so why was he so good? Well, we see why he was so good. Can't say it ain't no formula there because I see every calculated breeding from up here to when old DC took Pretty and said, I'm going to breed Pretty to Dickie. I mean, he's got a double-bred Buckus dog. You know what I'm saying? And what do you want to do with it? You're trying to take it back into some yellow termite shit. And you already know he got that Milo up in his shit. And Milo is producer his damn self, even though he didn't produce a lot of great dogs, he definitely produced some good dogs because he was a good dog his damn self. So was Wilma. There go my boy Work Kennels. For y'all didn't know, Work Kennels is the one that had the journal. Just wanted to make sure y'all saw this part. I was talking about my boy earlier. See what I'm saying? Then you say, well, you can look at it and see why it worked. I don't know about Morocco and the offspring thing. I don't think you ever see any ROM stuff coming down off of this. Not that I remember. Because he wasn't bred a lot. I just wanted to go there to show y'all what was so important about old Dickie. The way Dickie head looked like he'd been tested. It must have turned out to be pretty good one time winner. Bred to that double bred bucket shit. Nice body, nice frame. Like them ears. You know, ain't got no meta but you notice all that patchy stuff always pop up with them little white toenails. You know what I'm saying? You get a lot of Patrick in these dogs. They all, and you cross it with some type of yellow, they all end up with the yellow, the little white footprint. You know what I'm saying? Don't have to be Mayday to look like Mayday. It's just the structure of those dogs. These is warriors. See, when you breeding warriors, they tend to look like that. Yeah, all day. Okay. Yeah, he's got the perfect breeding, and you can almost understand why he's a grand champion. God damn. Nice cross. International. Remember, that was just one of them. We was up here playing around Black Rock. We didn't go back too far on him, but we go far enough. Let's see. Dog of the year, Red Man. Little Red. One thing I like about these boys here, when you talking about them, the Mexican boys over there, you know, doing these dogs right here. One thing they had going on, they had the perfect circle to run with. They had the perfect circle to play with. They had the right dogs to continue to go out there and put their shit out there. It's not a bad lineup. So But we know they was imported. It was exported out. That is starting to get the imported back. So that must be Chico talking, posted in 2001. He sold him as a pup. So I sold him as a pup along with other jip in my yard for planned breeding. Nice little STP run. Anytime we got one that can produce a grand champion, I ain't mad at you. You can't talk shit because he definitely produced a grand champion. You know? And he's bred good. I mean, you don't have to, I mean, you can produce. You ought to make Mayday feel proud. Just another dog off of Mayday that can produce great dogs. So there ain't no secret. Again, I always say something about them little whiteys, don't I mean? Look at them ears. There's certain characteristics, man, about these dogs, man, you can just tell when you're sitting on a live wire. You got to take the shot. Mama Champion Coffee and Champion Little Red and Champion Candy Liquor. Body Liquor. But look how the dog is bred. Now we go tipping around in this back end here, and see we didn't made it back to the American side down here. Okay, Grand Champion Candy. Hour and 20, 28, and 49. Best in show, deal. What we talking about? Talking about over there in Mexico. But we see where it comes from. We see what we dealing with. It was an export. It is the export right back here. You see what I'm saying? And now we done bought all the way back up to the import where we started at earlier. Remember, these dogs is back in the States now. What was that? It could be. I had to click on it and see right quick. I don't know. It could be. Yeah, could be him. Cabin Sable. Yeah, that could be him. But look how he bred. You got Joker up here, and you got Joker right here, and then you got Joker right here. You got a whole lot of Joker, and what Joker got in him? You gotta take notes. It's still we looking at a relevant pedigree. You start putting all that shit together. Remember, we digging into dogs that's been producing. We just dipped into a line of a producer. Where we was. We started off with him. 2-time best in show. Registered American. We go back in this pedigree to go looking around. What we find America all over this shit. We tapped in on this part up here. We'll tap into this one down here. See the same thing. Look at my boys. Bad Company down there. New York family up there. Y'all see it? And these was the Black Rock dogs. This is where we was playing at. And we started. So we started right there. That's where we started at, right here. Now with all that we just went through, this is what my man had us on his run. And changed the color from red to black. Opportunity, I would like to know what those turns out to be. A little Black Rock goon. He should be getting old enough now. Let me see, you got anything off of him yet? Yeah, he's definitely a likable prospect. If he ain't, what is it, male, female? They don't say what it's on there, but hey, it's more than just a battle cross. More than just a battle cross, my friend. It's a producing cross. Big shout out to Uncle Willie. What's up, Uncle Willie? That's a producing cross. This shit might work out for you. The thing is, when it comes down to breeding it, you know, now that you got the realm, and you got to take Goon, and what would you do with Goon? You just remember that American shit that you got back there is what carried you this far. Don't get too far away from it. You know, that's where a lot of guys mess up. They think, you know, if I see something in the combination of some shit that's gonna work, I'm either gonna try to pile some more shit up here from this with some of this, or some this right here with some more of this. I wouldn't be throwing a whole bunch of other shit on top of this when it's already set up and put together for you to do fill this in more or fill this in more. You know, I wouldn't be throwing out crosses and all kind of other whack shit to this. I would be trying to stay right there in the line, because if you notice, each one of these, you separate them, they both had a formula. They stood on their own. They stood on their own, and they had enough good dogs back there. All you got to decide with this puppy here is that what you're either going to go put some of this back in there or some of this back in there, but you need to get some of either one of those if you want to, you know, be consistent and have a good percentage of good dogs. You know, you don't stay away from something that you see right there in front of you is working. You try to get back one way, either it's the top or the bottom. To me, I'll try the top or the bottom. The top is a one-time winner. Take a bitch back to him. buy him a female, breed that, you know what I'm saying? Breed, you know, take that puppy right there, this one right here, and dab back into this. Find something down in this right here that you can go back into. You see how it's bred, you know, these are American dogs now backing down in here. Might be easier for you to find. But you want to go somewhere and put it back. You know, we know certain dogs on here. We know the shit that work. I ain't looking too much down here. I'm focusing on this shit right up here because to me, this is where the shit was working at. You know, if you don't know, then, you know, just look at the damn pedigree and pay attention to it. And, you know, you from America, you know what great match dogs was in here in America. They're all right there. History maker right there. So if you took Crazy Leg and started counting, if you took from this pedigree right here, from just start from here. Just start from right there. You can go and start working your way back. Just keep working your way back. And then you don't even want to start over here because y'all, I don't want to make y'all mad. You know what I mean? I just don't want to make y'all mad because you know once we get to Miss Luca, we're going to have that hell of a dog run. I mean, y'all know that, right? Look, how many pedigrees can you pull up that you see this many damn champions back to back in a generation? How many? Not on just the top, the bottom. Champion, grand champion, grand champion, grand champion. You know what I'm saying? I'm still going. Grand champion. You know, when we click yellow, that's all them. You know what I mean? And if we to work our way back up, okay, we got that covered. Then we go looking at the all whim. We got Yellow Giant all whim, Red Boy all whim, Yellow all whim, Mayday all whim, Lucan all whim. With a grand champion goddamn bitch. And then you got this shit up here that we know the consistency in this. And we still messing around with the Black Rock shit that we got much more of this and some buck coming in from they shit that was being imported back into the country. And you crossed it. Yeah, I would keep a magnifying glass on all that. I would be very interested in watching what Goon do. Remember what I told y'all about that, the pressure on him? Pressure on Goon. Because that's a hell of a pedigree he got to stand up to. Is he going to be a hell of a producer or he going to be one hell of a monster? Either way it go, his pedigree speaks for progress. See, you don't see no BOUDREAUX. You don't see none of that old shit back there. We go back there and look for it, but no, we didn't have to go far to see greatness. Then we see greatness, then we start looking and say, well, what made this stuff great? Then we go back and look for what made this shit great. It goes back to the shit. We didn't have to go way back to the back. We know these dogs when we got back there. We know Stone City produced great dogs. Hardcore produced great dogs. There's so many other good working kennels in there. Word kennels is in there. You know what I'm saying? Black Rock made some good ass breedings. Or whoever took that tip of the spear dragon, aka puppy, and bred to that damn monster dog, you know, that's an interesting breed. That dog either gonna show good, produce good, or both. You know, is he the one? That's how it looks when we make these breedings. In time, we will know. That's what I'm going back to that one. But this is where we started at with the Black Rock shit. Big gun. And a real all of the Mexican Eli stuff. Remember I said that, didn't I? So this is that Mexican Eli shit. Right. I'm trying to show y'all something because it's out there. And them damn Mexican Eli dolls is creeping back in. A lot of people don't know, don't get it, don't understand it. Shit, Rascal was a black and white Mexican Eli dog, whether you know it or not. Rascal came from over the border. Right. See, this right here is battle wide, but you don't see all the color. You don't see all the beautiful colors. You know, when you're dealing with this Eli shit, you don't expect to see it. You see it in spurts. You know, it jumps around and it does jump around a little bit. You know, and don't be ashamed to see the losses because they all lose every once in a while. They do. Maverick was a good producer. Zachariah was a good producer. All these dogs is good production and going to get good results. Because, see, we back in our country right here. Oh, this is our country. I ain't never seen this one. I ain't never think Miss Boo's produced shit. I know she produced some decent ones, but she really didn't. Okay, I see Big Head. Okay, I see Grand Champion there. There's a champion there. Look. Okay. The way they got it here, Miss Boob ought to be a registered mare. What y'all say? And we all used to talk about Miss Boob. Look. That's Carlos Princess, Swamper, Big Head, Grand Champion Misty, and they ain't got her down as an all-wim. She's an all-wim. Then they got Princess now. They got Princess as a grand champion. Yep, 7-time winner. We might have to make a look. Miss Boobs, based on this right here, say Miss Boob a registered mare. Y'all want to take a look at that for the next time somebody tell you Miss Boobs wasn't shit. When Bob used to have her flashing all up there on the journal with his hands hugged all up against her with her big ass head. Y'all see what we see? They got Miss Boobs here. They ain't even got her down as a damn registered mare, but I see a grand champion, a 4-time winner. I see 2 grand champions, 2 4-time, 7-time winners. Yeah. Don't forget, we got Champion Nightmare. We didn't miss that one, did we? But Miss Boob definitely all won based on these numbers here. And how many of us used to talk about Miss Boobs? Huh? I don't hear nobody hollering, oh, no, that Mexican shit. No. I'm looking in English here. Yeah, how many of us used to talk about Miss Boobs? I know I used to have my little words about her. Man, that big-head bitch ain't produced shit. Boy, was I wrong. Look, they got her here. You can't tell, can you? Good thing we picked up that offspring shit. Cause we used to talk about this bitch. He used to always be in there with his pretty ring, standing there with old Miss Boobs cuffed under his arm, all in the journal, trying to get the world to go get some shit off of that bitch. You know what I'm saying? He evidently got some takers. He definitely got some takers. He definitely sold some shit off of her. Everything you damn near see on here, ho. You know what I'm saying? And we know Bobby Hall had her the whole time. Now, I don't remember him ever selling her. I remember when the old bitch died. But yeah, she should be a registered maid her damn self. We gotta fix history, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to get that fixed. We'll still be talking about Miss Boob ain't shit tomorrow. For those who ain't seen this shit tonight. Y'all, we can start running around this, starting the controversy. Miss Boob's a registered maid, like Bully's son and Red Boy. And let's see the argument commence. Don't forget this pedigree, y'all. Just pull her up. Good cross, though. Yeah, that's a good cross. See, Black Rock, they you know, one thing to do, the one thing for damn sure, y'all, when we go back to this shit, what page was that, man? I had that list. Their website. Is that their website there? No. This is their website right here. And that was just one of them. We did Candy already. Remember, we stopped in on Candy. We even seen Little Candy. Okay, let's go ahead and dive on Little Nitro. And see, them was bitches. Look at that. All wham, P-O-R, all wham, all wham. You know? They in Mexico, ain't nobody pushing on their door talking about we need to see a registration. Okay? They probably sitting up there with a whole yard full of banged up shit on their shit. Okay, let's go searching for this one here. I want to go see Nitro. I want to go see Nitro. Did I copy him? Okay. Let me see if we can get some pedigree online with him. Ooh, big, nice, pretty black motherfucker, too. Look, champion Fat Boy, champion Coffee, champion Little Red Dog of the Year, champion Miss Black. Yo, that Mexican shit again. See the Bellon Club up in there. So we see Bellon and Cadenas, them has always been Do you ask Twin, which one who you know in Mexico, Twin? I don't know nobody in Mexico, but I can tell you the ones I seen in the jungle a lot. I seen the Cadenas, and I seen the Bloodlines, and I seen Mexican Dan. Okay, let's see where this shit go. See, we already running back into some of that old shit we just came off earlier. You see it back there in the back. There's that Cadenas, Shorty, they go Taylor, Grand Champion right there. So you know where it's going to take us back to that Mexican Eli shit. Yeah, they can do this shit and feel good about doing it. Talk they Spanish shit and all that shit. Ain't nobody gonna knock on their door tomorrow talking shit. But you got an idea where it's going. You definitely got an idea where it's going. See it? We've been here already. The Gidenas or the BOUDREAUX. This is definitely Mexican Eli shit here. Yeah, y'all see it. And then whoever was doing this, Espinosa, he and Cadenas, see, they trying to keep the shit pure. You know, you don't notice it up in here. You really never notice the shit all up in here because you guys, most of you guys don't know. Yeah, I go back up here and most of us, when we first look at it, we don't know where to begin. Here this dog is a champion. How many people gonna bang on the door? A two-time winner, one-time game loser. Got Gamers Show, registered merit. They go champion liquor. They go Fat Boy. They go the Dog of the Year, Little Red. Got a couple winners down in there. Tornado. They go champion Miss Black. I remember when I first started doing the show, I used to tell y'all, man, pull up some Eli dogs, man. And I remember y'all used to be looking at me like, you know, y'all getting tired of me talking about this goddamn yellow shit. Y'all need to go get some Eli shit. I mean, where was y'all at where was y'all at? Why ain't nobody taking to this shit? I just show you how y'all, you know, come on now. They got down temperature check. Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, when I told me I better get on that Mexican Eli shit. Yeah. Mexican Eli dogs, had good mouth. They was showing to be a little gamer than the goddamn American Eli shit. Now you get your losses there here and there like any other Eli dog, but you know, them numbers was getting a whole lot better. One thing about an Eli dog, they can bite and they can fight. You know what I'm saying? Now, once that gas part of them run out, you know what I'm saying? They either fall down and get picked up. If you're smart, you got an Eli dog, you know, I ain't gonna sit there and let mine get chewed on and get in where he got the quick, because you give him the choice of you was going home or you scratch, he gonna let you down. So I'm gonna pick him up while he game. Well, I ain't gonna press him too much, because you know his record, okay? It might not be in him, but don't take a chance. If you ain't got a chance to win, pick him up, let him come game. Oh, liquor. We were talking about that earlier, but see what they doing? One thing they doing, they taking their match shit and they putting it back out there. So they must have liked old what's his name? Warrior. They must have liked him. But they dog produced. See, and this is BLOODROUX. No, we don't see nothing funny going on yet. We don't see nothing funny going on yet. It looks like it is what it is. No reason to think anything different. At least we can say we seeing some bruises. You know, some of these damn dogs we be looking at, they don't be looking like shit. They look like they took a bath and took a picture. Okay, dude, let's go see. Let's see if we can go find Jesse. We did Little Red. I mean, we did Little Red. Me, I be treating BLOODROUX like they were the new Southern Kennels. Me, I go into any line that work. You know what I'm saying? I try any line that's gonna work. I ain't biased and I ain't prejudiced either. Just give me one that I can back up in that mug and say I can come out and win with. That was, you know what I'm saying? Shit, they like the new Southern Kennels around this map. With all that shit that I'm seeing Nick Doors is doing, you know what I'm saying? You the condition weight 45. Hey, boy, he must have been a tall, lanky motherfucker. Sauce Kennels. Look at that shit. Got some Mayday crossed with that Eli shit. You know, it ain't like it ain't nothing new. We know it ain't nothing new because we seen it back in the day. Telling y'all they were taking that yellow shit, crossing it into that Eli shit, getting some good dogs. Here's a prime example of one right here. You know, nice good one. Mayday on the bottom. Got all the right shit in it. You're working hard to get something and you got something. Nice cross there. That's that Carolina cross right here. That Carolina, Virginia shit right here crossed into some of that old Mayday stuff. Same people on the top talking shit like them dogs ain't shit on the bottom yet, but you put them together, boy, what do you get? Dog of the year. You ask them boys on the top about that shit on the bottom, man, I don't want to fuck with that shit. Some of them names I see in that pedigree on the top, they be talking shit. But guess what? You put that shit together and guess what? You got dog of the year right here. Yes, it do work. Very well. And he ain't black running around in there either. Even though he might have done it in day Mexico. You gotta remember, y'all, they doing more dogs than y'all was. 2016, they doing a hell of a lot more dogs. They doing what we was doing in the 90s and the early 2000s. Shit, during that time, you know, these dogs was out and they was having fun. we was too busy getting raided and yards getting pulled and whole bloodlines getting wiped out. Getting dope cases, everybody going to jail. Mexico over there kicking, getting it in. BLOODLINE having a ball. Now he gonna do his exports back into the United States. And we all over it. For those smart ones that know about it, you know, yes, I would have me some BLOODLINE shit. You know, once you get so big and do so much, you have a right to be a peddler. Just let me say that. You know, when you create a line of dogs that you have accumulated your worth in your work, and your results show your work, whether it's in Mexico, the Balkans, China, Korea, you know what I'm saying? South Africa, you know what I'm saying? Import that shit on back over here and let's see how real it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You know, y'all had time and a good little run to build this kind of shit. While we always talking about American always had the better dogs, well, I can tell you a time your asses didn't. Look at here. I can show you a time that your asses didn't. Right in here. You understand? Y'all wasn't doing all this here. And a kennel out there was doing all this here. Stop it. They was all gone. And if it was very few. We ain't ran across them yet, but we looking. Yeah, Super Kennels did their thing. They did. I mean, but a lot of the people took Super Kennels dogs and they made dogs. They made dogs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this kennel is like a Southern Kennels right here, where you know they throwing shit, they getting shit, they matching shit, they you know they completing their task. Good genetics. I mean, a fine way to say it, where we preserve the real essence of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Sound like some shit Mike would say. You know what I'm saying? For the preservation of the American Pit Bull Terrier.
I'm trying to tell him, man. I'm glad you putting the point on the. I'm glad you're proving my point, bro. You're proving my motherfucking point. Time to close it down. Hey, fellas, about that time, fellas. I need y'all to do me a favor. While I got y'all in here showing some love, I need y'all to just show some love as we close her down. And I think point has been proven. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some damn roses.
Pass them.
Roses. Hey, we need them damn roses. Show some love.
My man wanted to make a point today about the dogs. And I think the point was proven that he was trying to make. And I was looking for the perfect kennel to pull up. You know what I'm saying? You know,
big shout out to the Shark Tank coming through like y'all know y'all do. Y'all make me feel like y'all hear me. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, fellas. Today he's doing good timekeeping today. It's 11:30, but that's good. But you know, little shorts, guys. Look, those kind of things like that. Look, one thing is still being proven throughout all that shit. You notice the way those dogs were bred. Now, how many times do we gotta keep going over this thing over and over and over and over? I'm gonna continue doing it over and over, and I'm gonna keep passing out my damn receipts. The formula is the preservation of this game. Ain't nobody running around here slinging papers. They making papers. Okay? The way they make papers is they make dogs. And they put those papers with those dogs. Dog ain't worth talking about. Give a damn how he bred if he can't stand alone on his own without those papers. If he can stand alone without those papers, then make me the one to go look and see why I'm wanting to see why he's doing what he's doing. Then I'm gonna look, and then I'm expected to see what I see. 90% of the time when we pull up these damn pedigrees of some damn champions, or some dog of the year, or some grand champion, what do we always find? There's already greatness in the genetics. There's already greatness in the genes. They just do the job to make it great. You know what I'm saying? And the only way you can do that, you got to put them down. You got to put them down. If you ain't putting them down, then what the hell are we talking about it for? You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for coming out, man. I hope y'all caught on to what was really happening with me tonight, as far as, you know, I think I picked the perfect one to grab up Black Rock. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys out there that's got some of that Black Rock shit. Throw your hands in the air and say, twins, spoke them up. Twins get a thumbs up on the kennel, you can best believe you better start looking at that kennel. You know what I'm saying? Not for the illegal purposes, but for the genetics and the facts of the blood. You know how it go. Stay within the parameters of the disclaimer. Hey, y'all, I want y'all to tell me which Black Rock dog we're going to have for the dog of the day. We started with that grand champion. I'm gonna let the audience tell me if they can remember which one of these we're gonna make dog of the dog of the day. Which one we're gonna make dog of the day, fellas? We got two dog of the years now. We got old Jesse, 2016. We got Little Red, 2017. You know, we can go with Grand Champion Cheyenne, Grand Champion Jesse. We know we stick to our Grand Champions. Grand Champion Candy. Which one gonna be our dog of the day? Hey, mic check one. I'm still there. All right, fellas. I know it was a hot mic Friday and everything. I thought, you know, I'm pretty sure y'all thought I was preaching in the beginning. But, you know, as usual, Mo come through and he just drives my point home. Slapping you with the receipts. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. My boy Black and Family, LG. My man Ethan Brown. All my boys out there. I seen you. I let you know I seen you. So I know y'all listening. Fact of the matter is, Bloodlines is what made these dogs from the very beginning, starting back Kobe, Lightner, Tudor, all them names is disappearing, and there's a new name emerging. New dogs emerging, new breeders emerging, new everything's emerging. I wouldn't give a damn if we climbing up a wall, running a treadmill, or pulling some weight. They working dogs. Letting their traits speak for itself. And that's what it's all about when we talk about preservation, gentlemen. It ain't about selling dogs that got papers because it look good. The papers don't mean a damn thing if the dog ain't making the damn paper. That's all we're trying to say. Preservation. The thing that made us want to have them on the yard. Can't hate on that. Can't knock that. There's nothing else to say except for these dogs ain't meant for everybody.
Preservation is only going to work when you're doing the right thing. What I say about doing the right thing is use the dogs for what they was meant to do. Go to work. Care how you do it.
Hunting, running mill, whatever.
Running mill, boars, give a damn.
Backstreet, gatekeepers. What's up, baby? That's all I gotta say to y'all. Y'all know what's up, baby. Y'all know what's up, baby. I gotta keep y'all up to date too. All right, now I love y'all.
Appreciate everybody for showing up and everything. I hope y'all got the message. Understand, that preservation is important. It's very, very important. Because again, we talking about American Pit Bull Terriers tonight. We're talking about no Rottweilers, German Shepherds, Malamars, nothing else. We're talking about the preservation of the American Pit Bull Terrier. One damn thing, they don't all do it. But one damn thing for sure, the majority of them will do it, or we wouldn't be talking about them. And that is, they always.
They do. Most of them do. Always.
I mean, they
Always, dog.
You know what I'm saying?
Scratch the win. Hey, you don't make dog of the year without it, baby.
You don't make ROM doing nothing but sitting there in the corner on a chain either. I'm just saying.
You having puppies, getting your shit sucked all up by your puppies, and you, 3 years later, she's still sucking on puppies.
Hey man, appreciate everybody for showing up. Don't forget to hit that like button on your way out if you haven't already hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Big shout out to the Shark Tank again. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Big shout out to South Africa showing up in the house tonight. Appreciate the love, fam. And again, y'all know we'll be back here Tuesday night. Until then, y'all keep doing what y'all doing and stay safe.
Yeah, I'm hanging out on the damn black Eli, on the Eli dog. Mexican Eli shit. I'm going in with this is my dog of the day. Jesse. Grand champion Jesse. That could be like, twin, you just picked Jesse because he was dog of the year with that Mayday in it. That damn twin. Come on, y'all, don't hate. We late. Come on, how many times we done seen that Eli stuff crossed with that yellow stuff? They was doing it way back then in the back to back to back. And years later, they finally, somebody got it right. Somebody got it right. Red and black. Oh, yeah, Mayday and Eli with a grand champion. Come on, y'all. Oh, stay up. Be up.